How about now? How about now? There it goes. Sorry about that. Goddamn Streamlabs. Every day, this time of the day, it fucking crashes. And I don't know why. But Pievs, thank you for that tier 1 resub. Oh, is it? I do greatly appreciate it. How you doing today, bud? And Jazzary, how you doing? Goddamn Streamlabs. There. Did I see your question before the crash? Yes, what I was saying is I've got, I use windowed mode on the game, so I can do stuff over the top of the game without it, um, hiding it. And the reason I do that is because if I tab out of the game to do something on another monitor and it's in full screen, it just cuts to desktop instead of keeping the game open. So by running in windowed mode, I can tab over here, do something on this page, bring it back, and not have it, you know, break anything. But yeah, apparently. And good morning, Don B. Maybe? Fuck you, stream. Can we try this again? Can we try this again? Holy shit, finally. God damn it. Fucking goddamn. Yeah, take 4,886,295,000,000,000,000 bullshit. Yeah, pretty much, Viking. Yay! God damn it. That's it. After stream today, I'm getting regular OBS, and I'm done with this bullshit. So shit may look vastly different tomorrow when I start streaming. Because that's annoying as hell. At that time, in order to get sound back, I had to try and log in, and it denied my Twitch authentication, so I had to log out of Streamlabs, then log back into Streamlabs. What the fuck? Like, what the hell? Piss me off, I'll tell you what. No, 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 no. Just want to go get some goddamn juice, stupid tractor. Alright. As long as the streamer is the same, don't pay attention to how the overlay is. Yeah. Believe it or not, this is Jeremy Renner singing. Plowing on 43. Where's 43? The actor Bodine. Not really worth trying to drag stuff all the way over there. You guys don't know who Jeremy Renner is? He played Hawkeye in the Marvel movies.
How does he not know who Jeremy Renner is?
He but yeah, he played in the Marvel movies as Hawkeye. He played he had his own Disney series. He played in Tag. He's been in a lot of different stuff. Does not show up on a shovel. Try the Trello board. Go to Surfin's Trello page, Jordy lad. Are you fucking shitting me? One second, guys. Where's my phone at? There. No, stop it. Try his Trello page. He has Terraform for Canyon Crossing up over here. But yeah, that was him singing that previous song. What? Yes. Hi, Kirsten. What are you doing? I could do for you, Kit Kat. Wow. So here's another 500,000 liters. I've already got 1,000,000 in there. Yeah, we're gonna definitely need another one of those. Hi, Kirsten. Hi. Yeah. You're a good kitty. He would rather lick you than let you pet him. He's a weird kitty cat. So terraforming isn't working. I'm still... Did I get the version from... I think I have the version from Surfin', but I haven't activated it, so... Partway through, I did a bunch of the mowing last night off stream. And doing around 48 and most of the way around 46, I had 106 acres mowed. I don't know if that's a lot or not. What's going on there, Bad Bake? Welcome in, bud. 82. Do. Fill her right up to the top. Says it's not there. So does it show up on the page when you go to load in? You have a lot of property then, Bodine. Holy cow. Wow. Doesn't have the dots on the shovel. They may be off by default. Try pressing like X or Z. One way to note for sure if it's activating is one, check your error log to see if it's got anything in there. The shovel could not be compatible too. You're correct, T Miller. Not every shovel is compatible. How you doing there, Mr. Miller? He would know. He's pretty familiar with it. Uh-oh, I'm stuck. Uh-oh. Mistakes were made, chat. I'm stuck. Good to hear. We'll get it out. Shovel's a little big for this thing, but we'll get it out. More power! We'll do a little of my compacting while we're at it. I don't have an excavator. But the large wheel loader should work. Wow! Okay. Well, chat. I think mistakes might have been made. You're learning a lot about farming. Yeah, don't go trying to learn from me, though. I don't know if you've noticed, I'm kind of bad at this. Yeah. Not this equipment. How's that? Alright, let's shut this down for a minute. We're gonna jump over here. Tier 1, smelter. Might be a good idea in the mine next to the mining equipment. Take a lot more than I remember you taking. Alright, we need metal on. We need that one on. You know what? I should have just gone straight to tier 2 and done the blacksmith. Where's the blacksmith? Did Billy's blacksmith not get converted? Oh, it's tier 2. Or tier 3, rather. And I don't have the money. For the time being, I'm going to turn on... I don't have that stuff right now. We may turn that on just to start. I mean, it's not like we don't have material. I think tier 4 is the buildable one, and it's the big steel factory. Trying to remember what I need for materials. Yeah, I need a little bit of nails and metal, but not a lot. Most of it's these. So what we're gonna do is we will just set these to selling for now. And then it'll give me a little extra income per hour. Which reminds me, we also wanted to bring some product up to... Let's see, we can bring... How much canola can we bring up? Bring 150,000. Corn, we can bring 270 there. And 150. No. I think you do have to have some of the smaller factories to start, just to get you, some of the basic materials for building. I think the first thing you do when you get the map, make a spreadsheet of what is already on the map and what you want to build. As far as I know, most everything is in the map for tier 2 on up. With the exception of the Shell station. What? Oh, hey dummy. Put your fifth wheel plate back a little bit. Small cement and blacksmith to make the bigger cement and steel. Yeah. Not really that pricey. When you look at the overall scheme of what the buildings cost. Hey, when did you learn to drive? Apparently not today. Alright, we're gonna fill one with oat. We'll fill 2 with corn and 1 with... I have wheat. No, oat. And I can make oat flour, so I'll bring one of those. I'll bring some of that up there. Alright, so if we're gonna go... we gotta go way up there. We have the road that takes us in here. We'll have to follow this path. Then... I guess if we follow the path, go straight through here, we can then get up over here. This is taking a while. So September so far, we should have... yeah, we're making a little bit of money now. We're at least offsetting our wages on the other end. Damn expensive ass bastard that's doing my plowing. Oh, I have a little bit of sunflower too. That can be in another run at some point. Actually, what I think I'll do is I'll take 1 load of corn, then I'll grab the sunflowers, and we can put that into sunflower oil. Morning.
Is it morning?
It is still morning.
Nice.
What's going on, Dave?
Oh, you know, usual.
Alright, let's see if I can find it. I was looking through this morning at something, and I saw something in here that I was like, why did Dave leave that in the map? And what was it?
I have no idea.
I think it was one of the... orchards under the production.
Oh, because I just didn't disable them. You could use them if you want to. but I wouldn't. So I left them because some people might not want to do the other ones.
Okay. Because I was
But,
scrolling through, I'm like, he left the orchards in? What? But the new orchards.
oh yeah, the thing is, well, the new orchards will only work once a year, so that's going to be a little more challenging than an orchard that works year round. You know what I mean?
Mm. Yeah.
But it's entirely up to if people want to use the old ones. I would recommend against it, but I figured I'd leave it there for those that, you know, the
Yeah.
whiners, the complaint. No, I'm only kidding.
You're not wrong.
But
I'm just kidding. Yeah, and then with the grapes and olives, did you turn their production back down?
I never upped them. I turned them back down before. Yes, a long time ago, but back on Wolf
Okay.
Creek because of the stopping in the middle of the rows just to, you know.
Make smaller rows. Um,
Yeah, I know, but yeah, they're normal. Good morning, Viking
gotcha.
and Don and everybody else.
Viking
Wait,
streaming.
well, it only took 8 hours, but I got the new mini map done last night after 8
Oh,
hours
nice.
of work. 60 probably more than 64 pictures that I had to stitch together.
Yeah. That would be a little time consuming.
It was. And 3 crashes in the middle, and let me tell you, crashes are not a good thing when you're working on a mini map because just
Yeah.
sizing the editor boxes changes. You have to dial it back in.
Starting at 11 o'clock Eastern, I think is what you said, Dave, for the server?
Yeah, 11 a.m. till 11 a.m. Thursday
Thursday.
Eastern. It's faster than I thought it would go. I'm getting better. Exactly.
Okay.
But I'll show it to you in a minute. Once I get it up, you can show them how much better it looks.
I
Zoomed
would
in.
imagine streaming from the server is perfectly acceptable, Dave, yes?
Yeah, absolutely. I want you. You can.
I
Yeah,
mean,
we plan on doing multiple
Dave's going to be
streams on
streaming
Wednesday.
it, so...
I'll be streaming it on my show Wednesday, and anybody that's with me is welcome to stream along on Wednesday as well. And yeah, stream away.
Kirsten, you cute. It's a long trip from the farms to the bakery.
Yeah.
50,099, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? The Olive Shaker Harvester. I think I saw something about the mod for that the other day. It's interesting. Doing good, Doing good. Will there be jobs assigned that need to be done, T. Miller says.
We will discuss rules. We have once we get everybody signed up. I don't know how it's going to work. I think we're going to pretty much have community property work on our own. We'll see what. I don't have a clue yet, to be honest. We haven't got that far. But
Discussion to be had.
Yeah. If you want to see the new map.
All right,
or
Jody lad, that
a
explains
sneak
it.
Preview.
Of course we want to see a sneak preview of the new map.
It's up there in the. Just a little bit closer detail on. I zoomed in on the mine because it looks so freaking awesome.
Nice.
Even a little. It shows even the rocks where they are.
Oh, that's
mine.
awesome. Check that out, guys.
But
That's
how
way
much
better.
Detail.
Yeah, you can
That's
see
all
the
way
different
zoomed in.
rocks. Yeah.
Look at You can see the
You-
detail even where
Yep,
the
the
ridges are
hills
up
and
in the
stuff like
mountain.
that.
And
Nice.
zoomed out, it's just look at. I mean,
That looks
just the
way
detail
better.
around
Even
the.
around the waters, yeah, the burnt forest and all that stuff, all the different individual trees. That's way better.
You can see, yeah, you can tell what's forest, what's not. I mean, we don't have all the buildings in because people will be moving them around and stuff anyway. But uh, I think it looks fantastic. Look at the forest over here, for instance, how much different it looks. You know, we got
Yep.
every single tree
Yeah.
came in, so it's much clearer. The mountains have
Yeah,
so
that
much more
looks.
detail,
Yeah, that looks way better.
and that's fully zoomed in. I can't get any closer, so
Yep.
the
But I
detail
mean,
looks.
even that is way better than what it looks like now. That's phenomenal.
Yeah. Yep.
Now
Well,
about
actually,
that
funny
border.
about what border?
The one around the outside. It's all just a big blue splash at the moment.
Oh, I painted it that color. I like the blue.
I know. I'm
The,
just picking on you, Dave.
well, I did it last time, and everybody said they thought it would looked really cool with the blue, so I left it
Oh.
blue.
Uh,
You don't like the
yeah, that
blue?
looks. No, but
No.
blue's fine. It just whatever border you decide to put on the other side of the map might look decent, having it kind of go off the edge too. Yeah, see that's so much nicer along the water edge because you can see how steep the bank is there as it gets by 48, 49.
Yeah. Yep. So that's
I'm
what it's going to look like in the next update. Even just all the road rocks
yeah,
around the road and everything.
yeah.
You can
Now
actually
it's a lot
see the
clearer to see the
stripes.
roads. Yeah.
You could actually see the yellow stripe on the highway down
Yep.
here. You know, it's it's pretty good. So it is pretty much the picture had to be 8192 when I got done doing it. It was over almost 7200. So it didn't have to be blown up. It was almost the right size. You know, as
Nice.
close as I'm gonna get. So it didn't. It's not losing
Yep.
a lot
Yeah,
any
it's
real
not losing the
detail with it.
detail. Yeah. Yeah,
But
that
yeah,
looks way
so
better, guys. That's awesome.
that's what it takes. PV world is flat. All right, I gave you your sneak peek. Get back to work. No,
I am working. If Streamlabs would friggin'
I know.
cooperate this morning.
Yep.
It
Oh,
Streamlabs is completely cut out and crashed on me 3 fucking times this morning.
Streamlabs is great. They hate
Like a
Streamlab
hole in the head.
hates us. Streamlab hates us.
Okay, this may not be the easiest to unload here. In the front trailer here, we have canola can go in.
I got 8 hours into that. I don't think anything else came in overnight. Nothing from Giants, if anybody's wondering. There won't be. At this point, there just won't.
Yeah, I didn't think so. Can I
I'd be surprised.
do that? And then decoration, fences. Which one did Dave use? He used this one here. Are you gonna snap nicely?
After making a 64x map, I mean a 16, and playing on this, I don't see any reason to go any bigger than a 16, to be honest with you. With my type of map. If it was just farming, it'd be one thing, but all people are doing is doing exactly what I said they were gonna do. We could have got away with a 4x if you're just gonna increase the capacities to finish it in the same amount of time. Then what's the point of making 16? But I refuse to play it with ridiculous machinery or path and large stuff. Gab style. No, I wouldn't. I refuse to play it with that too. Don't get me wrong. When is it getting corrupted, Billy? It has to be something you're bringing in, and that's causing it to get corrupted.
Damn it. If you ever wanted an undo button, now is it.
No problem.
Um,
There, go.
that one. Plants.
Something that you bring in is to be off of that has to have an issue with it.
Uh,
Do I put a weather station down yet? No, not yet.
I have not done that yet either.
How about the precision farming little shed?
I have not done that one yet. I should.
I think I'm gonna put one of those down too. I don't know if it does anything really. It
The
says
one
it
for
does.
precision farming, they use a little bit less product when they're doing the fertilizing and stuff like that. Is what it's supposed to do. Oh, he used the asphalt texture here? Yes, he did.
I don't even remember what they put them in. Other tools?
They're under tools, yeah, I think.
I'm not seeing anything under tools. Unless it's sheds. They're gonna be under sheds.
Gee.
Yep. Precision farming DLC. Shed with RTK base station.
Yep.
Or the building with RTK base station. I don't think it matters, right?
No, it doesn't. And you only need one per map, as far as I know.
Yeah. There. You got mine.
There you go.
Actually, has anybody ever looked at the XML on that?
I think I looked at it at one point, but it's been a while.
I might have learned some things. Let me see what it says it does. I'm gonna take a quick peeky. I've always been curious if it has actually function in it. It would have to have some type of function. What? Everybody gonna be making a little gate through? Is that what you're saying? I hate belly dump trailers.
Yeah, for this reason I do, but it's easier to pull these like this.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure I'd even be able to, but it looks alright. I mean, they're both owned by me, so...
Let's see what that XML says for it. Placeables. RTK building.
Oh, 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 the echoes of eternity. Valhalla calling me.
Ah. Giants did a boo-boo in their XML.
Oh, we know. It ain't the first time. Alright, we'll leave that here until we can get rid of that last couple of 1,000 liters of canola. It's doing its thing. What are those on? Oh, there's the, You're 40 grand? Screw that. I'll just put in this little hut. You know what? It'll look good right over here. Look good right there, just like that. Now, where was the weather one? I don't remember. Oh, weather station, right there. Yeah, the weather one gives you the extra length of time, the extra 12 hours worth of forecast, which is nice. That a mod for the workers menu in the map? I don't believe so. Workers menu in the map? This one here? No, that's Space Game. Mmm. That hurt. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Viking Streamy, and the stretch.
Did you ever try to re-export the old displays, Billy? And what displays are you bringing in that you need?
Reminds me, I need to get that mod too. The silo
Might be something in them
displays.
that you're not converted, right?
Um. Canyon Crossing. Open up another one of them. We go here, go Wolf Creek. Should be silo. Fill info. There we go. Picking up all this grass. I mowed too much, Dave.
Not possible.
I'm at almost 2 million liters of grass picked up.
Yep. Keep
And
going.
I
3.
yeah, but I still haven't even touched around this field yet.
Yeah.
And I'm already over 2 million off of one cut. So the big spaces like that, were they just left open for for placeables to go in, or just strange that these big squares in the side of the road there?
What? It's
Along
just a place for you to pull off and go into the fields.
Ah,
That's
I
what
gotcha.
they're there for. Little pull-off areas.
Makes sense.
I hope so.
Way up here.
Yeah, I wouldn't even worry about the interior displays. Nobody ever go inside to look at them. No, I'm like,
How's it going, HC? Yeah, I didn't even think about staging areas when I first saw them. I'm like, what the... Why, what, did Dave May plan for placeables there or something? Didn't even think of staging your equipment to work on the field, dummy. I know. You want a lick. Cat feels he has to lick you. You can't pet him. Frickin' workers are expensive. Where's the mod to make them cheap? Yeah, I saw that. The pivot sprayers. We've got them around here, too. Cheaper worker pay? Somewhere, please? You got May 12th circled on the calendar? 'Cause, 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 'cause I'm sure you're not the only one, HC. Could use Courseplay and pay them nothing. But then you'll never get your field work done. Yes, I don't have Courseplay, don't have auto drive. So I may tweak a capacity here or there, but it's not going to be to the millions of liters. Yeah. Yeah, you're not wrong, Billy. It does get pretty resource hungry. Why waste the compute power?
That's just weird.
What's that? Oh, dealing with Billy's
Um,
issue?
no, the precision farming
Yeah.
DLC. I've never seen this before, but if you go into the mod description file, it's loading. It says it's loading uh extra source file scripts precision farming Lua.
Mm-hmm.
No dollar data in front of it,
Yep.
yet there is no scripts precision farming Lua inside the DLC.
Huh.
It it's also saying file name script specializations crop sensor. It's got a specialization that's script specializations RTK
Uh,
station, Lua. But
this
there's
map
no
is
scripts folder. It's just weird.
nice. Nasty Muffins, this map is Canyon Crossing. It is a new 16x map being released by Dajnet next Friday. So I've got early access, doing a little play testing, getting a jump start on things. And yeah, definitely PC only. Somebody was asking if this was going to be on the mod hub. Nope. I don't even think they'd bother to run this thing through the testing program. They'd just look at it and go, no.
I ran it through the testing program. It fails.
I was going to say it fails miserably, which is why I figured Giants would probably look at it and go just like, yeah.
But
No.
I did it to find things that might cause performance issues and
Yeah.
that I could fix and to remove. That's how I got it down to 1.08 megabyte after I was done with it, which is a great thing. I ran it through and it tells you any files that you aren't being used.
Oh, nice.
So any
Yeah.
textures and stuff I copied in went from over 2 gigabyte to 1.0 whatever. It's now 1.2 gigabyte with the additions that we put in, but still much better size than it was.
Yeah.
And it still fails over 1,000 tests, so don't, yeah, it won't make it.
Yeah.
It would melt their server. No.
Well, they'd probably run it through, but rather than telling you all of the things it failed for, you'd probably get a response back with a just no. uh, Isn't it on the Trello page, T. Miller?
Yeah, it's on. That's the only mod I have linked on the Trello page. I relinked it to version 2 a while ago. If you downloaded it when it was first put up, it was the wrong one, but it should be the correct one right now.
Indeed, Enduro. Indeed. How you doing today, buddy? Instead of pickles molding, how about fermenting into a pickle flavored wine? For those that like pickles that much.
Pickle flavored wine. That's weird.
You're not done, sir. Field not owned. I know it's not owned. I have a contract here, you dipshit. Huh? The hell you talking about? That's freaking weird. Okay. I bought the small the small smelter, and I'm like, oh damn it, I should have gone with the blacksmith instead, because I had the money for the blacksmith instead of the smelter.
Mm-hmm.
Now I gotta wait for the smelter to run out of materials so I can sell it and turn it into a blacksmith. Why
do you need the blacksmith instead of the small smelter? I'm sorry,
Just
I
for
was
the
busy.
added capacities. So we don't
Oh,
have to
but
babysit it
yeah.
as much. I gotta get the fertilizer thing put down too so I can start making fertilizer. Crap.
Yes, fertilizer is important.
Yep. I figure out where I want to put that. I'll put it on the side of that side of the building over there. A little nice little spot for it. That might work, yeah. I also need to go get a truckload of lime.
Mm-hmm. You making your lime?
No, I don't have the stone crusher yet. I don't have access to a lot of stone at the moment, unless I turn stone on for the fields, which would be a nightmare to try and pick all that up.
Didn't you buy my? Oh, you bought just the 2 little caves up there?
Yeah, the 2 little caves, and I did buy the gravel mine too, but just so
Didn't
that when
say
I
I
can
got.
get to the concrete, you know, the small concrete factory, I can start making concrete out of it.
Yeah, I bought the sand up in there. And that has stone, but also I bought the one piece of property that's flat down at the bottom, and that has the breakable rocks in the entrance.
Does it?
Just a little, yeah, just a little bit. The one that has the side across from the silo.
Directly across from the silo? Uh, so you 221?
221. If you the rock
Okay, so
entrance over there,
there is some breakable rock there. Okay, I
just
wasn't sure
just
how
the first,
much that
yeah.
was included.
Oh, and after, I'm a little ways in. It does shut off. You can't get all the way through with that, but you definitely get a good start. So
May
you
12th, Reliant, next Friday. Beep beep. We are almost full. Time to go unload and come back for more. As I'm picking up all the grass.
Ryan, if you wanted to get me that boat
What?
pack
Mm-hmm.
when you have
Well,
it done,
will be
I can
after it's
try to
compacted into a bunker silo.
I can try to make any further adjustments to that if needed. I'm just I got a couple updates I want to do to the boat pack. I don't want to do it on a separate one.
Get you a version, make you play same time.
Specifically, just price changes on that container ship needs to come into play a little bit sooner.
Billy says hello. She says, hey, Billy.
She says, "Hey."
Let's see if I can unload this time without getting stuck.
Hay is for horses. Speaking of horses, I don't want to buy horses. I haven't even thought about animals yet.
It's in my mind like how I want to set things up for when I can get there, but I have
Yeah,
not, you know, like, okay, I know I want this, I want that. So kind of like, where do I want to put these things as I can afford them? But
yep.
animals are a long way off. At this point, I am basically out of funds until things sell. So I'm only going with what I can do from here on out, just with selling.
Hmm. I've been concentrating on getting bridge stuff going.
Yeah. Well, that's where the mine thing came in. You know, just the basic little bits to try and get that done. As far as the forestry goes, there's a few trees I'm going to cut down. I can use a chainsaw. And I've got the trailer and stuff like that to be able to move around some wood once I can afford, like, the Elm Creek sawmill or something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he did a great job, Viking did. Big help for those of you.
This bunker silo is not going to hold near as much as I thought it would. Stop for a second, dang it. Yeah, I'm not going to get near enough into this bunker silo. I'm thinking maybe 3 million tops. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. I had a partial load that was the second full load. I had like 100K from the first partial load and then 2 full loads. You about heading out to do your errands thing? 'Cause I think the first run up this way was over 100,000 liters just from this strip, so yeah, 2, maybe 3 more. It looks like it's a little less than half full now, which is around 1.2. So that's why my guess is maybe 3 million for the full bunker. I don't think Giants does like the 2.5 million thing. It's just 2, 3, 4 for those. Yeah, I cut it with the swathing head. It didn't go all the way down to nothing, so I don't know. Might be the swather I was using. Exactly, Jay Booth. Giants math. I turned grass on. Why is... Oh. Yeah. By the time I pick it all up, should be fully grown, ready to go again. Wasn't that interesting? Okie dokie. Yep.
Where is your phone?
It's right there.
Okay. Make sure it's turned on so you can get my notifications.
It's on. Not even on vibrate. Probably still ignored it, but it's not on vibrate. Can't pick on your wife. What can you do? I was gonna check the growth stage to see if it like left a growth stage or something with that swather head, you know, with the stubbly pits. But because it's not technically grass that's there, it doesn't show up on the map. Dave's fancy combination meadowy grass doesn't show up on the map as grass. I've got it turned on. But it didn't show up.
Nope. I didn't think that the other grass showed up. The other meadow grass showed up. I thought it was just the stuff on the fields that showed up. But then again, I
No,
never turned the button on.
in normal maps, like normal base game maps and stuff, when you press the grass icon, anything that's grass shows up, even if it's around a field edge.
Well, they have it listed in. I didn't list them in that as a. That's why it could have been, but then you'd have to toggle those on as well, and it would have pushed it to a fourth page of the menu. And yeah, I didn't see any real reason for it. But you can plant it with Meadow 2, actually, and then take away all the bushes.
I've been using the when doing it the meadow under the plants. Meadow 2, yeah.
Yeah, that takes the bushes out permanently. And that one, yeah. My grass should show up. It is grass. It's using the same grass layer. The ones with the bushes? I
Yeah,
would think. 'Cause
but
I
when
didn't do
you go to
anything.
the map, you know, you turn on grass, it doesn't actually show any of the grass.
Hmm.
I might have enough bunker space for all this grass.
See, I didn't make it. I thought it only showed grass that was planted on fields with that button. Are you
No,
sure it used
it
to show around it on in-base
pu-
game maps? Because I
yeah,
never changed anything but what
whipping at
texture that
Elm
was.
Creek. Because remember during Wolf Creek when you tried to mess with the oilseed radish layer and it suddenly ended up in the ditches? If you turned on the oilseed button, it would show it in the ditches.
Yeah, the oil seed would, but not the grass. I don't think it. I don't think it does.
Or did Giants change that for 22? I can't remember now.
I think it. I'm pretty
I
sure
thought
in
it still showed up in
22.
22.
I'm pretty sure in 22 it only shows grass planted on fields with that button,
Might.
not meadow.
Because I know in 19 it would show any grass on the map, regardless of planted in field or not. And maybe they made that change for 22, and I'm just
Yeah, they had
misremembering
two
stuff.
different. Yeah, 19 they didn't have two different grass types, one for fields and one for meadow. Now in 22 they
Could be,
do.
yeah. Yeah, you could
But
be
I
right
can
on that one.
honestly say, yeah, I can honestly say that you can easily tell when the grass is ready if it's.
Yeah, get the flowers popping into it and stuff.
Well, this one here has all the bushes. Once the bushes are there, it's ready to go. You can't miss them, unless it's one of the other grass types. But the
Yeah.
meadow, the original grass has the bushes now, and if you can't see those, I can't help you.
Yep.
Still waiting for it to grow, so I can do another cut.
Just field planted with grass and 22 show up. Yeah, all right then. Then that was what happened with 22 is they changed it because of the meadow type.
Right, that's what I thought. Because technically, all I did was change what that grass, the on the original one,
Yeah.
I didn't change anything other than create my own layer that had the bushes built in. But it's still linked the same way as it always has been.
Let's see. Am I at least pushing ahead on the sold products? Yeah, all right. We're starting to pull ahead now. We're starting to pull ahead now. That's good. Not by much, but a little bit. We almost got 13 finished. That's good. I did go to a 3-day season just to make sure I have time for everything I want to get done, and then I can always skip days if needed. And if I find myself skipping too many days, I'm going to shorten the seasons, but I wanted to make sure I had plenty of time to do the plowing, the planting, and all of that stuff where I don't use course play, I don't use auto drive.
Which farm did you start on?
Northeast, the John Deere one.
Everybody going up the northeast. Yeah, that's got a pretty big field. The other starter farm, I haven't had any problem getting done in 1-day seasons until I get more fields. Then I'll go to 2 when
Yeah.
I need it.
Yeah,
When I have
I
to
mean,
slow down to half-time speed, that's when I boat boost. If to get a day in, that's when I
yeah.
that's when I bump it up. But once it kicks in, I'll put it back to regular speed.
Yeah, I mean, I'm running on 2 times speed just to, so that you get the
Oh.
sense that days are passing without the season passing on you. Um, but at the same time, I don't want to sit there and, like, always be on half-time speed so that you're in the same day for 6 streams. So I immediately went 3 days. That way I didn't have worry of that first season passing me by where, you've got to get some field work done with the liming. I'm planning on expanding the fields out to their borders, closer to their borders. Um, like 46 is going to get expanded. I think I'm going to split 48. 53 is going to get expanded within its borders a little bit. It'll be odd shaped, but I don't care. 53 is probably just going to be a grass field anyway. Still debating if I want to do just straight grass or do the alfalfa or clover just to change things up.
I couldn't even see planting a grass field on this.
Well,
All
where
the
like
grass that I
again,
have around
I'm
me.
gonna be taking my fields closer to the roadways instead of leaving the big wide borders.
Hmm.
There'll still be a border there, but it's not gonna be near as big as I'm not gonna have 7, 8 swaths worth of grass up here at this end of the field. It might go down to
Oh.
2. So I mean, I guess, yeah, even just doing the border width, if it's too wide, is still going to be, that's a good thing. It hasn't seemed to have adjusted any of my scores on these, and I mowed it all. I wonder if it's because I used a swather and not a mower.
What, on the outside? It doesn't change your score. It only does calculates field area.
I thought that too. Because it didn't calculate any of this, and I've got the field, I bought the field info, so it shows for the soil samples. And I mowed all of this. It didn't change my score any. My
Yeah, it
score is
doesn't do
actually
the stuff
lower
up.
than 49 right now.
They changed it so it only calculates plowed area for the precision farming.
So I know NBC was talking about the updated was what at the updated precision farming that just got released. You did not update, correct?
I did. Yes, I did.
Because
And then I had to make an edit to it anyway.
all right, well the reason I ask is because I hadn't really planned on putting precision farming in, but it just kind of came in with part of the pack, so I
Yep.
left it.
It's
But I
optional,
I,
but
I didn't update off the
don't
mod
click
hub.
don't update off the mod hub. But basically, they made changes so you could have more stuff read from your XML file, which was great. But then I added the compost fertilizer
Yeah,
where
yep.
you could spread the compost right on the fields with a manure spreader.
Mm-hmm.
And they did not add a way to add the spray types be registered in there. So I had to make my own custom version again. Therefore, you could technically use the one off the mod hub if you never plan on using a manure spreader on your field with compost in it. But if you want to, you need the custom version because it won't register. Manure being sprayed won't change the score. It'll fertilize, but it won't change your score. So that's why I had to do the update.
Oh, apparently T. Miller was saying it would affect your nitrogen score by doing it. I
By
mean,
doing what?
there was no fertilizing in here to begin with, so mowing around the outside would affect your nitrogen score. I don't know.
I've never had that issue.
I mean, on Wolf Creek, I didn't have any boundaries to mow for grass. I basically just went ahead and I had a grass field for mowing, and that kept up with all my needs.
Well, wasn't Uncharted planted with the regular grass instead of the meadow grass at
Yeah,
one
I
point, or did?
think you're right, because I remember there was issues with it, like when you touched it with certain types of things, it would delete it around the outside edge.
I'm pretty sure that, yeah, if it was planted with the regular grass, it's going to affect your nitrogen score because that's a, well, but I think with meadow it doesn't. It thinks it's a field because the regular grass was not intended to be planted outside of the field areas.
Yeah,
That's why
that
the
might
meadow
be
would
what
be planted.
happened originally with Uncharted.
I'll have to see. I've had fields 100% and I mow grass around them all the time. If you overlap onto the grass area when you're doing the thing, it might screw it up. I notice it sometimes when you're doing just a little bit of the border, it changes it if you're overlapping.
Yep, Bodine. I think this is a different version from the one that was on earlier, though. Thunder rolls. Thunder rolls. Another full trailer. Going crazy trying to figure out how to get your pallet warehouse working, where the pallets show up on the shelves.
Oh, I don't know, Billy, I think you got him on the shelves. I can't remember if
Was
those
he
you.
maybe using a generic, like, it's X amount full, so X amount of pallets should be showing up, and they're just generic images?
I can't remember how he has the ours. If he ended up using the new palette script or the old, or the revamp. I didn't do it. He did it. Because I know that he had problem having multiple spawn areas at one point. Where it might not be possible with the in-game palette script. Depends on the way it's done. You can do storages 3 different ways.
The right way, the wrong way, and the Boomhauer way? Sorry, is that too soon?
The wrong way would be the Boomhauer way. That's only 2. He reused the revamped version of the... So the revamped version of the storage, not the production, right? So they have a revamped storage setup, then they have the revamped production setup, which is the way Boom did it, and then there's the in-game version. To get multiple pallets, I think you can use either of the revamped. Yep, the storage way. Yeah, so to get multiple pallets, you need to do. You can do either way with the revamp script, but the in-game script didn't support multiple pallet spawners. So therefore, you could only do them on 1 row of shelves.
Elf on a shelf? What? Oh, come on, you stupid thing.
I don't think it's suitable for shelving, to be honest with you, unless you use the revamp. Because you wouldn't need to put it on a shelf. It would be just 1 row. You can't do it stacked up either. So if you have it like a shelf piece that has 3 layers, you'd only be able to put it on the bottom or on the top on 1 layer. With giants, like a shelf setting of 3, you'd only be able to put it on 1 shelf across anyway. I think the revamped storage is the best way to go.
You gonna put some into my bucket? Nope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was done with the production way, though, over there. Well, the first time. They will spawn on the shelves. They won't be visually on the shelves. Correct. But if you do it that way, you have to have a shelf for each different product. You know what I'm saying? Or add all the products in individually, not like Giants has it, where it just takes anything.
Yeah, I think I'm only gonna get about 2 million in this no. I should get about 3 million in here. I should have increased the unload speed on this thing. But it's working.
Billy said the revamp script confuses him. I mean, not the revamp, the precision farming. We already went over this, Billy. It doesn't
Confuses
have to be
everybody.
green. He tries to get all his fields to break green, and that's not the way it works. Each crop has its own levels. And if you just set it up to automatic, it will automatically set the proper level.
Mm-hmm.
If you manually spray and try to get it all bright green, you'll be killing your crops. On several of them.
Yeah. Playlist is going all over the place this morning there, Cope.
Yeah, the
Oh,
cutting of
regarding.
grass around the field part, I have no idea. Like I said,
Yeah, I mean,
haven't-
from my experiences, again, I didn't really cut much grass around the outside of fields because I had my fields pushed out anyway.
I haven't seen any issue. I always did it, so I'll
Yeah.
check. But I think I haven't experienced any problems with it. I've had 100 scores with mowing around fields before, and I've never.
I would say
I
if
mean,
it shows up, I mean, if it's like grass that shows up on the map, cutting that might affect it, but if it's the meadow stuff, it shouldn't. Like you said, it shouldn't affect anything.
Exactly. My nitrogen score doesn't register just the very border, maybe a tiny little bit. Just. Yeah.
Oh, is it something that started just recently?
Oh, if it started recently, I haven't been playing in 6 months till now.
All work and no play makes David dull boy.
I'm playing now. Depends on how you do it, though. See, that's what's interesting. I have the nitrogen level, but yeah, lime don't. Well, yeah, stay away from your field edges when you're already applied your nitrogen, and you shouldn't have a problem for that season.
Yeah. Just leave a touch of grass around the outside, or along the very edge of the field.
Yeah, when you have your nitrogen until your harvest is done. So I think that's big part of it is I never did multiple cuts, and I probably cut it after the fields were done, or yeah.
Yeah, so something to buy the time like midsummer or midwinter when there's not a whole lot going on.
But if I cut it now, I could see where going along the edge made it redder, calculated it redder, but it's changing it because I'm applying the lime right now. So as long as I don't go too close to the edge, cutting the grass
Yeah, now that you say that, I think
in the first cut, it should
in a
be
couple
fine.
of spots where I was swathing the grass, the combine, if you will, the swathing tractor, was partly in the field, and it was making adjustments to the field for the grass, but I had half a header
Yeah.
into the field. You're not going to have half a header in the field.
Right. As long as you stay off the field, should be okay, and don't overlap it and cut right up to the edge.
Yeah. I would
That's what
say
I'm.
as long as you're close enough that you don't see the precision farming colors show up on the minimap. If you start seeing that, then you're too close to the field.
Yeah.
But that still gives you, a meter or two, at least a meter leeway between the edge of the field and the header.
Mhm.
Alright. I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back.
Can't remember if I included the XL auto load. Mine doesn't. Yeah.
I don't know if you did.
Did but
No, because I don't remember seeing it in the store.
when I put up the links, I will put it separately because I think I don't know. I'll have to see. All you got to do is exclamation point mod pack 1. I mean not mod pack. Exclamation point flatbed. See, that's an edited mod, so I don't usually publish it anywhere by somebody else.
Uh,
Unless needed.
if you want
Unless it's
to
needed,
go
Candy.
on, I say yeah, if you want to go on Trello as well, Surfing did a version of a wider flatbed too.
Yeah, Surfing has one as well. But exclamation point flatbed in my chat will get it for you. Not in Darius's. Without the bail edit. I haven't updated it since I did the bail edit. Surfing's probably all set. I haven't had time to really mess around with that stuff too much. Mine only has it on the one wide one, not the small one. His, I think,
Morning,
took care of
Veldian.
both of them. Hey, Veldian.
Yeah, so last night JD had been asking about that swather I was using, so I sent him the wrong link. When he started saying, "Oh well, it's got this error, that error, this," I don't remember seeing any errors in it. What the heck are you talking about? And that's when I went looking, and I'm like, "Oh crap! I sent him the wrong link."
Mm.
So I sent him the right link, but he was already long gone by that point.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I could have sworn specifically, but I had checked out like 4 different swathers before I found that pack. I'm like, okay, well this pack has this. Da, da, da. All right, it looks good. There's no errors. That's the one I'm going with, and I deleted the rest out.
Right.
You know, if I'm not going to use them and they've got issues, they go. Actually, I spent this morning, a good part of this morning, specifically going through and fixing any error that showed up in my log and getting rid of mods that I wasn't planning on using anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Just tidying things up before I really settle into a Canyon playthrough. And then realized while I was talking, it's like, oh yeah, I probably should set up a Trello board too so I can put my mods up. And then I'm looking at my mods folder that has all of my mods in it, and I'm going, oh, I didn't even put half my mods into my game. Hey, dummy.
Mhm.
All right. Here.
I need to wake up.
Composter. I'm gonna set you to start distributing instead of the other piece, so I can start building up a little bit of a. Yeah, I was debating whether or not I wanted to try and put in seed stuff again for the seed treatment liquid again, but I don't think I'm gonna bother.
Mhm.
Don't think I'm gonna bother these time. Alright, there's that. Let's get you started. We'll get you started. I've got the remainder of my oat will go into this. But I'll start getting the compost for here. So, I saw on the composter you have dirt as a boost for it. Is that what's gotten out of the ponds, or is the dirt gotten some other way?
Only way you're gonna get dirt, and I just put it in there, is for if anybody does get the Terraform mod, dirt is registered with the map. If they
Okay.
get the right version that works, that's the only way you'll get it.
Well, I've got Surfin's version off of the Trello. I just haven't activated it yet, but I wanted to be sure, like, it wasn't something else, because I know dirt is part of Terraform, but
Yeah, I didn't add any way to get dirt in the map.
okay.
Clay is in the ponds for the brick factory.
All right. That's what I thought I remembered you saying was clay, but then I was sitting there going, he's got dirt there, but, did he give a way to get dirt, or...
Nope.
That's what I get for being off in space and fighting zombies.
Mm-hmm.
Though, I do have FarmSim installed back onto my bigger server.
Yep.
No, being off in space, which was Empyreon, and then fighting zombies, which was my 7 days. Morning, Green Thumb Farmer. How you doing?
Morning, Green Thumb. I loaded up Infected last night.
That looks like it's gotten a lot of changes.
I almost I wasn't ready to start a save game, but man, don't even
They've got
recognize
a
the
whole
place.
new map. I saw.
It's freaking huge. It's big.
And from what I remember seeing in one of the, because I did look at the most recent like patch notes. Now, if you set up your ore extractor in the caves, you can choose what one you're gonna get from the cave. You don't have to go to a specific cave to get ore, a specific kind of ore.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, I did do some trucking in there too. Yeah. On the Trello page, Green Thumb, what you get? No, not the Disney page. It's right next to the Trello button. Sorry. Go to the SGA mods board, and then you'll have all of the different people. So, like, if you wanted Billy's mods, then you hit mods by Billy, and it'll show Billy's mods. The Billy mods. That's not in the pack, is it? The egg and duck egg storage?
I don't think so. But duck eggs can go in anything. Any of Giant's regular ones.
I was downloading Billy's storage. Yeah, something like that, Acid Burn. They did say if you chose which one, it would slow it down, but you could get specifically that. Power changed? Yeah, I mean, it was a long list, including some of the enemies looked way different, way better. Yeah, I did see something about a barn for the animals now. Also, you can butcher animals anywhere in the world. You don't have to bring them back to the butcher station. But if you butcher them out in the wild, you get less yield than if you did it at the butcher station. The infected. Got my fingers crossed that I'll get a key for the Mars one there that's coming out next week.
Hostile Mars or whatever it was.
Occupy Mars.
Oh, Occupy Mars, yeah.
That was a good sandboxy type, infected type play game where you're gathering your resources, you're building, you're doing that stuff. A Planet Crafter-esque even. Infected was pretty good. I enjoyed that one quite a bit. And it looks like they've added a lot to it. Heck, I still want to get back and play some more Medieval Dynasty at some point. Occupy Mars is coming out next week. Or I should say it's finally hitting early access next week. Oh yeah, look. V Rising just had an update. Icarus, another update, because that's like a weekly affair for them. What was the V Rising update? Oh, they unlocked another section apparently. First major content patch. Cool. Icarus. New dynamic mission. Cool. And bug fixes to the version 14 update. Yeah, the new like werewolf looking mobs and stuff in the infected looks really cool. Yeah, I was actually just looking. The Occupy Mars prologue. I first installed back in like 2020. It's actually decent. I did play some V Rising. It's got a decent little like PvP PvE style gameplay to it if you want to, co-op type stuff. It was pretty decent. Kind of Diablo-esque, but Alright, so we've got this side and up here fully cleared. Gotta make sure we've got the other side fully cleared, and then I think it's just that center section down there left. Oh yeah, we've still got some long rows over here. That reminds me, I can put, yeah, I can put some of this into the, uh, composter to boost getting a little more yield out of the composter. Oh wait, no, it's not going to increase the yield, it's just going to give it another option.
Yeah. Yep.
That's right, because it's all technically the same production line.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I have extra grass left over that I can't fit into the bunker, that's where it's going. So I know wheat and barley are plantable right now, which is I think what I was going to do with field 48. I'm going to plow it out, but I'm going to leave a strip like right up the middle and split it. Wheat one side, barley the other. Since they're pretty well used the same, but then it gives wheat flour and barley flour instead of just one of the, one or the other.
Right.
Give a little extra leeway that way. So yeah, that'll go into field 48. This field here is going to get pushed out a little bit more. I don't know what I'm going to do with this one. Let's switch things up. Let's go over to my oldies playlist. There we go. Let's switch it over to the oldies playlist for a while.
Oldies playlist, is that like 90s music now?
No, like 80s and older. I know 90s would technically be considered oldies, but
I remember when 50s were considered oldies and 80s was, just...
Well, I'm sorry, I wasn't born in the Stone Age, Dave.
I was.
That's funny, Bodine. Yeah, oh wow, we've still got a couple of long lines down that end of the field, and we still have this whole section over here to pick up. We're gonna run out of space. We're only as old. We're only as old as we think we are, right? Something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Only as old as you feel. Well, in that case, I'm 95. Farmin' Trucker 74, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? Due for my next round of that. Good to hear. You were typing it when you... Yeah. Making a mess, making a mess. Compacting while I'm at it. Let me go. Nobody uses the silage pusher? I don't know. Guess it just never really... I don't really use bunker silos that often. This is kind of a first for me. I don't usually use bunker silos, so... Looking at Vikings factory spreadsheet. Greenhouse have been the same, but wouldn't it make sense they need seeds? Billy's need seeds, doesn't it?
I don't know, but we never put them on there. I don't think so. Heck, giants don't even need anything but water.
Yeah, the large greenhouses in tier 3 use seeds.
Yeah, the beginning ones don't. There it is. Right.
Yeah, no, the beginning ones don't. They're just water. Didn't want to overwhelm yourself. That's a fair point. I'm going to fill up one more. Put that in the bunker, and then everything else will have to get baled. And I'll have to go get a wrapper. Because, no room. And I'm clearly not getting the rest of this grass in there. Wouldn't have anything to load it with. If I did that, eventually, Bodine, yes.
I don't know about the farmer's market.
Oh, farmer's market. I was thinking the
He was thinking fairgrounds. The farmer's
Fairgrounds.
market, the way it worked, would not work the same because. So maybe
the sell
but
over
I don't
time
know.
options.
Yeah. Thinking about doing some, but we got a couple of other projects long before that ever happened.
I mean, theoretically, if you made it as a production that would do, you know, create product over time to be sold and lock the output option to selling, if that's possible.
Yeah, it's a pricing thing with Giants. It's not with the revamp. It doesn't seem to be accurate.
Well,
To
with
get
the
bonus
revamp,
to the sell over time.
with the revamp, where Where did I see that option?
I'd have to, yeah.
There was a where did I remember seeing that?
Oh yeah, I know there's a
Oh, up
setting,
here.
but
No,
still,
contract
it's just how productions work. Trying to multiply the price in there, you'd have to put a booster on it somehow in order to multiply
Yeah.
the
Oh,
product.
right here. Game settings. Direct selling price factor.
Right, which sets
It's
everything.
yeah.
But in order to make that so it sells for a bonus, there's no way to really
Well, that's why I'm
do it
saying
today.
basically create a set. It would create a separate product type over time.
And we,
And
which
then
we
that
don't want to.
could sell out.
Well, there's the problem is you'd have to have unless you want everything to sell for the same price, you'd have to create another 50, 60 more fill types just to pull that off, like the selling one. So probably the best way would be to have an automatic booster of some sort to boost it up and use it makes more out of what you, but that could, yeah,
Oh yeah,
it's
drop off
tricky.
like grass bales, and then you'd get an extra 10% by it going through, or whatever it might be.
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest with you, it's I don't know if it's coming back because there's so many things that could go wrong with it, and the way the sell over time works, it doesn't work on an hourly basis like the other. You get it all at the end of a day, you know.
No, sell over time goes on the hour.
Oh, does it go on the hour?
Mm-hmm.
Still would
Every
be
hour it will
well,
sell
auto
whatever product
selling.
is there.
Auto selling does.
Yeah, if you do it to the selling, set it to
You'd
selling
have
for the
to.
output.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's never been mentioned because it's not anywhere on my list in the near future. But you never know. If we run out of things to do, maybe we'll do it. We won't be there for a little while. Fairgrounds still needs to be done. Just waiting until after the release to start on something major like that.
Yeah, focus on those things that are
Right now
incorrect
I'm
at the
just
moment.
Yeah, right now I'm just focusing on making sure everything's running smoothly and taking care of any issues that pop up. And we can add stuff in as usual.
Yeah, I did think to try and do um I had a thought for how I might do like bales or logs onto the uh barge and use that for transporting them. Making a small little like spot where I could pull up, drop off to the side, and the barge could auto load from the side instead of having to pull up funny, and then be able to drop them all off at the other end and stuff like that. I was thinking of trying to work in something along the riverbank, but then I realized how steep it was.
Right. The riverbanks can be steep in different places. That's why I think I'm going to build the fuel station and some of the things where they can be placed with the V key right on the water surface.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you want to refill your vehicle, you can put it anywhere on the water surface, and then you just have to auto distribute the fuel to it from the shell factory, you know?
Yeah.
Same way with our wharf. We might be able to make one where you just put it where you want on the surface of the water. If I can get a
Yeah.
ramp, see that's the thing. I have to figure out how I'm going to do that. Because you got to be able to transfer from water to land now. Unless you just do a distribution piece. That's an idea.
Oh, have like
Create
a
a land.
wharf yeah, a land-based point that just distributes products that you can drop them off.
You drop the boats off at the water-based point and it distributes it to the land-based point. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
and then you could set them up where you want. And you because of the different factors of the height of the banks, it's hard to put a trigger that would be accurate,
Yeah.
on both wherever you put it on there. So yeah, that might be a good idea.
Well, when I saw how steep the bank is, my thought had been to be like have a slope down to the barge height and then a slope back up cut into the side of the bank, and then at the bottom have a little pad that jutted out just enough to be able to unload onto the pad and have the barge pulled up next to it. But I don't know if it would leave enough room in the river to get other boat traffic through.
You also got to remember there are fishing triggers in the water. You might cover one up if you do too much landscaping.
I wasn't going to landscape out much, just a,
Yeah,
just a small little width at the bottom of it.
right.
The rest of it was going to be cut back into the hillside. Just wide enough to drive the truck down, offload, drive the truck back up out the other side. Might be halfway back down the property, but who cares?
Mm-hmm.
And then when it comes to unloading equipment and stuff like that, that would be done at the other little spot I made because you can pull up straight and drive on and off the barge easy.
Wonder
I
who
might
else
still
signed up.
try it at some point, but be interesting to see if I could cut in and make that work properly without being really funky. Green Thumb says he made a loading dock mod, just waiting for map to see if it'll work. Just going to leave the warehouse to store the pallet yourself. I think Winston is admitting defeat.
Stick to vehicles. I'll do it. Terrible. It's a whole different world.
No problem, he says.
No problem, I'll tell you. Getting into that XML stuff. Just ask Billy how frustrated he's on the texture of the textile factory right now.
Oh, is it really janky?
He keeps getting it where he adds stuff in it.
Oh, the corruption part?
Yeah, the corruption thing.
Yeah, every now and then you get to kind of question the way Giants makes changes to some things. Like, why did you change it? It was working fairly well in the past. Why? Yeah, we may be wrapping a bunch of bales. Yeah, just to see how many people poke sporks into their eyes and pry them out. double check on my workers down here. They're still going it down. This is good. Getting there. We're getting there. We're almost done picking up grass, chat. We're getting there. Need a refueling, mostly barge full of mining equipment on county. Good luck. Should set the vehicles according to the size of the map. Where's the fun in that? If you're gonna do that, why bother scaling up the size of the map? How much is... Did I not have it? Oh, it's right there. Need 55 grand.
Pre-release update 4 uploading. Hopefully that we're getting really close to the end. I wanted to get the new mini map and the storage fixes in there. After that, well, hopefully we don't have anything else major coming.
And the copper rocks blocking the coal mine.
Yeah, that.
Alright, I think I'm going to stop picking up at this point here. And then the rest is going to get wrapped, because clearly I'm going to have to wrap a bunch anyway. Might as well transition to doing that. And then I think what's going to probably end up happening, most likely, is once this is done, I will probably be not doing the bunker silo after this, because now I remember why I hate doing bunker silos. If you could do better ramps, then it wouldn't be near as bad, but with the way Giants has it set up to do the ramps and stuff like that, it's such a pain. Because you can't put a gentle slope to the material.
Right.
And if you can't put a gentle slope to material, it makes it really hard to get up on top of the piles. Morning there, Lenolly. Oh, ramps on the side? Huh. Might have to check that out, T. Miller. Yeah, even the pusher doesn't make decent slopes, Bodine. It's just because of the pitch of the piles. It's the, what is it? It's the angle, fill angle. Tip to ground angle. Oh, making a mess outside the bunker. Oh, yeah, that thing, all it does is make the pile, but it doesn't change the angle of the pile. Nope, nighttime. So, I mean, ultimately, when you've got a pile like that, that print-off isn't going to change that any. So far, so good. So far, so good. Debating whether I keep this crone. It's decent for picking up straw, but if I'm going to be baling regardless, this crone may go away. Alright there, T. Miller. You have a good one. Get some rest. We'll catch you later.
Hey, Mr. Miller.
Yeah, I think... See, originally my thought was to use this because of the, TMR maker and stuff like that, and the other odds and ends. So we're gonna go, finish wrapping. Well, we'll bale, I should say, what's left of the grass. And then when we go pick up the wrapper, we're gonna go sell this, crone. I can just use a bale storage mod if I'm not worried about the bales. Alright, we're gonna go pull up to the baler. We'll switch to the Volvo quick to get the compacting done. Oh, I didn't realize I left a big mess with the landscaping underneath here. Couple spots I missed apparently. Because there's one over here too. Well, you can see underneath here. Stop it! Stupid things. Yeah, that should do for now. Alright. We'll see how well that thing actually compacts. I have my doubts. With his multi-bale storage. I've got it, I just... Dang it. Holds 3,000 mil, that's crazy. That's a lot of bales. Okay, maybe I can get up on the other side. Yeah, oh no, I'm not doubting that I would have a lot of bales if I did this all in bales, yes. Ah, I gotcha. This is gonna take a while. Yet another reason why I hate these things. Winston's D11's in 21 or in 22. I think his is set up very similar to the way the one was from 19. That like one pass would completely compact the silo. It's not necessarily weight that affects the affects that. Plus, the bucket has the update mass faults, so full or empty doesn't matter. See, it's not really necessarily the running back and forth the long way, making it do its little movement thing, where it looks like it's actually compacting and settling, is more effective than driving all over the place. I guess I could always take that off. Oh, god damn it. No, go away. Stop it. Screw you. Could always grab the bale fork over here and 3 straw bales. I run back and forth that way. What's going on, soft stuff? And if we're after weight, this is more weight than not having anything on here at all. God damn it, stop it. Be gone, extra bail. Another 3-day weekend? There you go. I'm curious about something. You're 19 tons. I have a plan. This weighs more. This is going to take forever to get to 100%. I wonder. Let me see. In the store. Yep, we're gonna go get that. Screw it. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, if I had been dumping and pushing up and compacting as I go, it's easier to do it that way, but nah, it's a little late for that. Yeah, it happens. I guess if I'm not going to be using this crone, I can get rid of it as a mod.
Phone
So
call.
far, so far my performance has been pretty good. I'm averaging at the minimum 40 frames, upwards in areas of 150 if I uncap it. The number's a little bit lower right now because I tweaked some of the draw distances, and I think they cost me a few frames. But no worries on that regard.
All right. Update Frozen Streamer Talk with it's a small one.
Okay. I'm probably the last person to ask for setting up a wheel. I plugged it in and went, okay, go. Hi, Drake. What can I do for you? You looking at me funny? What's up? Is that more like when in a car? See, the problem is cars and tractors are completely different. Back in February, Bodine. Why?
Yes, I did, Billy.
Do I not have it listed right down below? I might have forgot to list it correctly. Can I hook up back here? Nope. Only from the other side. Figured.
You have the 3060 Ti in there still. I thought you have a 4070 now.
I do. I must not have updated it.
Your GPU is a 5900X still?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it's in order to go to a better CPU, I have to upgrade the board.
Right.
The 5900, the 50 or 5000 series used the same board as the 3000 series for the socket.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's see.
So
What does it say?
I could get a 5000 series then.
Yep. Yep. It's now. Let me get the right name on it. It's a Asus. See over here. Control V. There we go. Yeah, because the cooler's still right. Motherboard's all still right. Monitors and everything else. I forgot to update that. It's been a while. Yeah, I guess I should update the picture for the PC specs because that's still showing the MSI one. But yeah, no, I got the Asus Tough Gaming 4070 Ti back in February. Triple fan. Hell, half the time the fans don't even run because it doesn't get hot enough. The 3000 series graphics cards ran stupid hot. This one doesn't run near the same temperatures.
Well, I'll be.
What's that?
They did fix the great demands.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Good luck finding what's on great demand, though.
Yeah, you gotta scroll down through all the products with it showing all of the different sell points and see which ones turn blue. On a regular map might not be a big deal, but on your map, one eternity later, I don't see any great demands, because you probably skipped past it. Go back through. Yeah, I've been pretty happy with the 4070. Come on, stop, you stupid boat. Yeah, the Asus Tough Gaming is the one of the more expensive cards, but they had I found somebody that had it cheap. Wow, is it really that expensive? I paid way less than that. I wonder if the 40 series cards went up in price. Oh, Canadian? Yeah. Let me see. What's it running for me right now? $8.50. I didn't even pay that much. But yeah, that's the card I ended up getting. That one there.
Mm-hmm.
That thing's massive, by the way. That scale isn't even accurate. It's like 4 inches tall almost.
Mm-hmm.
Borderline takes up 3 spaces in the computer. Well, I mean, if you want to send me, the 850 plus 10% and include shipping prices, I'll buy it and send it to you. Probably still come out less than the $1,200 for you. Could be. I don't know. Have you looked at the value of U.S. currency lately? Canadian's probably almost better priced than what we get right now. The dollar's doing turd. Is this thing really struggling to pull this stupid thing or what? Ah. Oh, yeah, the silage roller's probably this working speed is slow. Well, if it compacts faster than just the tractor driving back and forth, then I don't care. Woohoo! We've almost got one field finished for contract. I just used Amazon the last time around, Farming Trucker. Not a problem, farming trucker. Yeah, I found that Amazon was just easier than worrying about, you know, what site was cheaper and who's got better service and blah blah blah. That, and they have a lovely thing on Amazon that allows you to finance purchases. So, hey, no, I've got the brake on, sir. Well, it is speeding up the process some, so guess it's worth it. Yeah. Unfortunately, PC stuff's still crazy expensive. I don't ever see it really coming down cheap again. Unfortunately, most of the stuff I think with the letters TI following it are inflated in price. This map comes out next Friday, Hazmat Official, May 12th. Well, yeah, but 20 to 30 years ago, it was $8,000 for a frickin' hard drive. When you go by that logic, Bodine. That's right. Dave is going to be doing a 12-hour release stream. What time are you starting that stream, Dave?
Noon.
You're okay.
To midnight.
Noon. I wasn't sure if you were going to do your normal 7 o'clock start or not.
Nope. Noon to East, noon start. My normal start on Fridays is 2 to 7, but I'm gonna go a
Oh,
little
that's right,
earlier
2
and run a
o'clock.
lot later.
2 o'clock. Your
Ooh.
schedule goes all over the dang place, and it throws me off every time.
It's stayed the same actually for over a year now.
Yeah, but it's all right. It's one time period for this day and a different time period for this day, and that's why I say it's all over the place.
Tuesdays morning, 11 a.m. to 2. Wednesday and Saturday are 7 to midnight, and Fridays 2 to 7. No. Which means I'm getting close to that time, aren't I?
Yep. Yeah. No, I mean, that's why I'm saying you're not wrong, Bodine, but it's because the technology's come a long way.
Yeah, right. Technology has. My first color laser printer was $7,000.
Yeah, now you can go get a color printer for $40.
Not laser, I don't think, but still, yeah.
Thank you for the hydrate, Hazmat.
Inkjet. Thing is, I got it for my business, and I had it paid off in less than a month back then.
Yep.
I competed with Kinko's.
Yeah, now look where Kinko's is.
They were selling color copies for $1.99 a piece with their copiers, and I was doing mine for 99 cents a piece, and I was making 94 cents of that was profit after all parts and everything were is it was the problem is color lasers printed slow, so I slept many nights filling paper trays at night in the office.
Yep.
But when you figure it's 6 pages a minute and each one coming out's around $1, you think about it, it was printing money. It really was.
Yep.
That was the best year I ever had in my business. Where the time, how the times have changed. I made 180 grand that year after taxes. Then the business left. I was selling them all too, moved to Texas. I wonder if they're still down there. Duraliner Incorporated headquarters. Do they even make truck beds anymore?
What?
Liners? Duraliner. I wonder if they're
Duraliner?
even
I
in
think so.
business. I wonder if they're even in business. That was way back when, in the early 90s.
Jeez, dinosaurs back then.
Yep. I did their catalog one year down back then too. Yeah, figures. Blew the breaker again. Can't cook a steak around here in the air fryer without blowing the breaker. Fortunately, it's done enough to eat. And when I say steak, I mean cube steak, $5.99 a pound. So it's nothing. It was on sale. It's my one red meat of the month.
See, I don't think it's being as effective in these flat spots where it's not actually showing the compaction levels. And you get over here where it's lumpy and bumpy and you see it moving, it seems to make the numbers adjust faster.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, it's taking forever, but it's up over 51%, so. That was loud. Thank you for the bang there, Hazmat. Bodine says Duraliner's HQ is now an X-Man state.
Really? They move around.
Thank you very much for the 200 bits there, Hazmat. I do appreciate it. And yes, we're awake. If we weren't, we are now. Thank you for the 150 bits for the screamer. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure that bang made a few people jump. Sorry, Tim. I can just imagine people watching. Tim suddenly ducks in the cab. What the hell's going on?
Bad boys, what you gonna do?
What you gonna do?
When they come for you? Bad boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? When they come
Contracts. Thank you for the bad boys. Collect the 13. Woohoo! Seeky Squid, thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing this afternoon? Well, I appreciate the support there, Hazmat. I do greatly appreciate it. 55%. Woohoo! Think I'm gonna wait to get back into 22. Want to move your office around this weekend? There you go. Oh, this is driving me batty. You know what? I can't do it anymore. It's making me go nuts. I'm just gonna stuff the now chaff into the stupid silo over there and let it ferment it, because I can't keep driving back and forth over it. I'm going nuts. Yeah, I'm like spooning my eyeballs out here trying to like do this. Yep, lesson learned. Bale it, wrap it, just set the bales off to one side. At least you're doing something. Just driving back and forth over a small bunker. Nope. Money poorly spent. Do you know the drummer of Def Leppard? Yes, I did know that, Pompies. $15 to $30 seasons. Yeah.
I saw them in the very first tour after that he came back and started playing again after his accident.
That reminds me, I'm curious something. Alert box, you... No, not that stupid thing. I wonder... Alert box... There we go. That's better. Don't know why I didn't think of that sooner. I'm sick of YouTube videos telling me, you can't monetize it. Not that I'm even close to that. You can't monetize this section because it's got the Star Wars theme. I forgot I can switch off that channel so it doesn't record it.
Mm-hmm.
There, we'll put a couple $100K into that fermenter quick. And then I'll go get baling. I'm gonna have to get a tedder. Shit. At some point. Worry about that when I get closer to animals, though. Yeah, a couple 100,000 liters in there. That'll go for a bit. With only a week left, maybe a playtester should start with bridges built. Go straight to animals for testing. Oh, I don't see why animals would test much differently than they were, other than the new ones. The goats. Oh, ducks, yeah. Ducks, too. Just goat and ducks coming, right, Dave?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Oh, still stuffing your face with the Q stick. Never mind.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's just goat and ducks that were added, right?
And deer.
Oh, wait. Like
And
a pen?
dogs.
Oh, and dogs?
Mm-hmm.
Ah,
And
I didn't
cats,
realize.
but we don't have the cats yet.
Raising cats?
Mm-hmm.
For what? A pet store?
Resale. Yeah. For fun.
Ooh. Owning a cattery, that'd be fun. If it's anything like the one that's near, it's a couple towns over from me. Shit, they sell a kitten for $1,200. Hairballs to make netting. Sim Game says he thought the cats were for the Chinese restaurant. Damn you, Sim Game, now on Chinese. You suck. You guys are cruel but funny. Thanks, Billy. Thought about sushi from the fishing? No idea. There's Sim Game.
No.
Not gonna have a
I thought
sushi
about
restaurant?
There, I just thought about it. Answer is no.
I was gonna pop a skull. No coronation for Billy? Not gonna go see him? Good to hear. Fish for the cat food. You seen him on TV already? Fair enough, Billy. Fair enough. And it's raining. Would it be possible, Dave, to make a placeable version of the pond that raises and lowers over time with the water?
No.
Alright. Wasn't sure, given how they function and stuff. It's when he's being, finally crowned king. He took over when his mother died, but this is the official ceremony announcing him as king. Yeah, he's officially taking the throne. I have a throne in my bathroom. I'll go take it later. No need for any muss and fuss.
Technically, you probably could create one, but it would be a nightmare to try to get to work.
Yeah. Ow. Yeah, having some coronation chicken sandwich. Two more rows, then we gotta go. I'll speed it up a little bit faster through the night while I'm just bailing here. Wheel shape? Huh. That's new.
You're gonna wheel shape it.
Looks like the wrapper. Yeah, looks like the wrapper gave me a bunch of wheel shape errors. Hmm. I don't know, they popped up right after this, so... Because it was showing the AW 305s, and then physics, wheel shape not found.
Who did that wrapper?
This is Billy's wrapper, but never had that
Hmm.
issue before. The only thing I did after that was that stupid Packer. Well, you can see the Packer is here. So for whatever reason, that first time around, it threw an error. Huh. No, that came directly after the wrapper. It was directly after I bought the wrapper. That's what I'm wondering, if Giants did something with the update. It'd have to be tested, I guess. I am Mr. Attitude. Thank you for the follow. Welcome into the channel. How are you doing today? Did those hold fert or not? I don't remember. I'm doing all right. Ah, so much better. Pork chop and nuggets. Nice. I approve of this, Billy.
Approve of this message.
Sounds good. Appreciate the lurk. Need a cow named Brisket? Nah, he be named Steak.
I like brisket.
Mr. Attitude, thank you for the 50 biddies. I do greatly appreciate it. Ooh, yeah. Name the cow prime rib.
I like ribs too.
Hey guys, all well. Just tried to go to the... Yeah, the SGA website is no more, Tainted Spawn. If you do exclamation SGA, it will give you the link to the Trello page that has replaced it.
We had to take it down because it was too expensive to keep maintaining.
Yep.
Twice annual payments of about $500 each. That's enough to say that we shut it
Trello
down.
works just fine.
We're going free options as much as possible. We will. I'm looking into some other things as well, but Trello for the release will be where the mods will be. Also, if you're here during the release party, I'll be posting the link directly in chat.
It's a very expensive site then. Can't say you blame you for closing it.
Yeah, well, that's annual. Yeah, there's that Zenforo software and the plugins we were using and everything. It gets expensive to renew your licenses, especially when there's free options available that can do the same thing, maybe not as efficiently, but you know,
Yep.
we'll get it set up.
Bodine wants to know if you're still thinking of using the Volcano Island button.
I don't know. I'm thinking, yeah, I'm still thinking of it, but I'm actually tomorrow, I'm gonna jump in there and see if I can figure out any other options that may work. So we shall see. Well, the mod folder switcher also cannot be updated anymore to do the new downloads.
That's a
Currently,
Microsoft
that's a
issue.
Microsoft Trust issue. They now want you to have a full Trust application, which also, yeah. So I'm gonna see if I can look into the. I don't know if I'll be able to do anything, but we shall see.
Colored bales.
What I need to find out is how. I mean, that file hosting service that we use, how I can interface a website to be able to. I mean, that we don't need that file hosting service has great speed and stuff that uses. But the only way I know how to get stuff up there is FTP in it.
Yeah.
Or for users, you almost need like a user interface type thing.
Yeah, that's always fun.
The currently though the mod folder switcher still works. Just a matter of getting this map on it. We can't.
Yeah. It still serves its other function of switching your mod folder.
And it also serves the other function of downloading those maps currently. But like I said, we have been discussing moving the whatchamacallit,
File hosting.
moving the Volcano Islands
Oh,
map
yeah.
into the PV Wolf Creek folder and then just using that, even though we wouldn't be able to change the icon. But I will say that the previous version that just had the one map to sync still because it wasn't done as a global function. I think I might be able to work with that one and then just set up the current map, just one, just one process. I'm gonna look into that because that one, when I tried to look at it, did not throw the errors, oddly enough, but it was done differently.
Hmm.
That's because you had a button to click. Yeah, it didn't load up a public. Yeah, there's some different coding in that one. And I'm not very good at coding, so maybe, maybe not. We'll see. That's one of the things that I got to start off in the morning and work on it all day because I got to relearn a lot of stuff, you know, and stay
Yep.
in it till I win it. Stay in it till you win it. What time are you going to?
Until you're live, sir.
Okay, because I've got my countdown will start in just a couple minutes, but you got about 9 minutes, I guess, right? Ish.
Yep. I figured when you said 2
Okay.
o'clock, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right, Dave is 2 today, so I'll just go till Dave goes live.
Because if you wanted to go longer, I can jump down into
No,
another.
no, I've been streaming plenty long enough today. Contrary to what the counter says.
Yeah.
And then after I switch off to you, I think I'll be going and getting OBS and making the switch for Streamlabs.
Hmm.
It never fails. Every morning, roughly 8 a.m., I'll go through 2 or 3 points where it just drops my bitrate to 0 and won't recover.
Right.
Until I Alt F4 or, Control Alt Delete with Streamlabs. No worries, Billy. It's so frustrating.
I know it's been a long time because it's almost probably close to 8, 9 years since I last used OBS. But I switched to Streamlabs because OBS had more problems than that were driving me nuts with crashes every time they update, not being able to get back, having to reset up stuff all the time.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's changed, but I'm not experiencing problems with Streamlabs. The one problem I had was an outdated driver. And then ever since I got that,
Which driver?
it was a GeForce
Oh.
graphics card driver.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard a lot of kind of both ways. Streamlabs is better, OBS is better, blah, blah, blah. But the only way I can be sure it's not something else causing that drop in the mornings is to try OBS.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, what's the worst that could happen? It's worse. Not like I'm gonna uninstall Streamlabs. I'll just leave it sitting there. And if OBS is worse, well, then guess what? It gets uninstalled and do it the other way around. But Dave has hit his button, so we're going to get ready to raid over to him quick.
Take your time. You got 5 minutes and 30 seconds. No.
Yep. No, I'm going to check a few things. Nope, nothing's changed there. And all kinds of things in this list now. Oh, that was one thing I wanted to check while I was here. My mods. Bulk. Did you have... No, fertilizer doesn't go in here. Okay. For some reason I thought it did. So I don't need that for fertilizer. I need a... You said you added your silo back in, right? The one that had the fert
The
and stuff
lime
like that. Yeah.
in this next update, you did the one that I posted up in Streamer Talk.
Alright.
It'll be in this PV storage category. And it has 300,000 capacity instead of 100 because of the bigger map.
Gotcha. One other thing I do want to do, now that we've got a little bit of money from that last contract, let's come over here. We're basically out of iron ore in this thing, which is fine. I think we're going to go ahead and put PV mods, 3 blacksmith, spin you right round.
Record right round the... Oh.
And we're going to put it right here. And I'm going to get this switched out to that other set of trailers by the time next time comes around too. Open production, we want to get nails started, we want to get metal started. We don't need pipe or plate right now, so we will wait on those. There. I should probably try and get a cheap electricity going. I don't have any labor or anything like that, but...
My
What?
introductory screen is so outdated on this map. I don't look at anything like that anymore.
So I'm not going to use the bioheating. But I might start with a couple of these solar panels or something. Will shadows affect the solar panels or no?
Why do
Like-
you have the event center showing up in that panel?
In what panel?
In your
Production?
factories?
Because I
Yeah.
put it down?
It should be hidden. I have to check that.
I don't know.
I must
There it
have
be.
turned it on to check things, but it should be hidden.
Yeah, I put it down because you said, well, it takes like 6 months because it's got to rain here to do this. So
Yeah,
it's like,
but-
all right, well, I might as well for 10 grand put it somewhere.
Yeah, I'll check that out, but it won't. You're gonna have to activate the lines for anything to work.
It didn't even
Because
get any
you
water.
Right. You gotta activate the lines or nothing's gonna work. It should be hidden. If it's hidden, it would automatically activate.
All right, well, there you go.
But
All right, we're going to raid Dave.
1 sec.
As always, appreciate everybody coming and hanging out. It's been great. Take care. We'll catch you tomorrow sometime. But until then, have fun with Dave. Come on. There it
Yay,
goes.
have fun with Dave. Dave is live. Although, there comes a Darius Frost and a Viking streaming, and everyone else